Governor Baker on June 16th, 2021, an act extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, which includes an extension until April 1st, 2022 of the remote meeting provisions of his March 12th, 2020 executive order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law. May I have a roll call?
Roll call.
Yeah, we'll call to, or, yeah. Call
Okay.
to order,
Attendance.
roll call.
Okay. Tina?
Tina Games, present.
Joe?
Joe Osceola, aye.
Sharon? Oh, Sharon, you have to unmute.
Sharon Stout, aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
And I'm an I. And I would also like to state that this meeting will be recorded in its entirety. So the next item of business is an adjournment to executive session. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
And I'd second that.
Or roll call? Tina?
Tina Games, aye.
Joe?
Joe Osceola, aye.
Sharon?
Sharon Stout, aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
And I am an I. So we would like to adjourn to executive session pursuant to the MGLC 30A section 21, paragraph 3, to discuss strategies with respect to collective bargaining with the Monomoy Regional Educators Association for units A, B, and C if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the district's bargaining or litigating position and the chair so declares it. Coming out for regular open session at approximately 6:30.
Can you call the time that you're adjourning to executive session, please?
And we will adjourn to executive session at 6:06 p.m.
All right, I'm just going to move you into the breakout room. if you please. Okay. Are we, okay. I think that means we're good.
We're good? Okay, so coming back from executive session, our next
At what time?
at 7:09 p.m. The next item on our agenda is the approval of minutes from September 23rd, 2021. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I would second that.
Any discussion? Sharon?
Yes, because of the executive session last time, I wasn't in on time for the meeting. And so I looked at that to see on the minutes when I came on, and I couldn't find it. And I called Leah, and she did say at the very beginning that she noted when I was on there. But my suggestion is, because I knew when I was looking for it and I didn't know how to even find it, that it would be good if we could put in chronological order. Like, I wasn't in for the votes, but I came in right after the votes. If at that point it could be added, Sharon Stout came in at, whatever time it was, just so somebody reading, including any of us reading, could see when that was.
Any other comments? No. So
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I do see that it is, on the minutes that you logged in at approximately 6:40 p.m. But you're asking if a late arrival could be part of the body of the minutes?
Yes. When I did the minutes for the policy committee, for instance, if someone came in, a half an hour late or 10 minutes late, I would log that on. I try to lock it on and to me, it's much more so with a school committee meeting. There's so much information. So to me, when I read minutes, I want to see what's going on in logical order. And so if some member left or came or something else, but that's all I can think of right now, to me, it just as an individual, it would be helpful.
So I wonder if that's something that could be put on a future agenda to discuss as a committee.
Oh my goodness. That's possible.
Chair?
Yes, Leah?
If it's all right with you, I can certainly add it in and we can make that motion to approve with the understanding that I would put that in after, I'm assuming section D, the student representative, is that?
Yes, it was right after the votes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be a pain. When I read these things, say a week or a few days later, it's helpful. I mean, I knew because it was me, but if it was somebody else, I might not know.
Okay, is everyone okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, so then we will roll call to vote in the understanding that Leah will add Sharon's arrival after the student representative on the minutes. Tina?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Jackie? Sharon?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and that is unanimous.
Thank you.
So the next item on our agenda is public comment. Is there anyone here for public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to reports and discussion. And the first item under that is to vote for a 2021-22 MRSC vice chair. Do I have any nominations? Terry?
I would nominate Jackie for that position.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any other nominations? Discussion? Joe?
Yeah, let's see. I would recommend that we delay this, not only this vote, but this proposal. I think it's hasty and incorrect. What I think we should do is realize that we're in really uncharted territory. We're sailing in uncharted water. And the most sensible thing for the committee to do would be to take this topic and bring it to policy committee for their review and analysis, and have them present a proposal in a reasonable time going forward. Or if policy was not the option of the school committee, we could create an ad hoc committee to do something similar. That is, look into this and come up with a proposal for how to go forward. I see about 5 or 6 problems with this. I won't go through all of them. That would be somewhat lengthy, and that's why I think a subcommittee should do it. But I'd mention a couple right off the bat. First is the fact that we're operating on an interpretation of policy and regional agreement, and we haven't agreed to it. The interpretation is based on this idea that in the absence of the chair, the vice chair acts as the presiding officer. Well, what we're considering here now is changing that definition so that the vice chair doesn't act as, but becomes. The language we have suggests that the chair remains the chair, even though absent for a meeting, and the vice chair remains the vice chair. Not changes and becomes the chair. That's a different step. That's a different process. And it's a very large step indeed. So if you look carefully at what the language says, we don't really have a provision for what we are dealing with, which is the resignation of a chair during her elected term. And that's a reason why we need to consider this or bring this to policy. The second point, I mean, chairs are elected annually. They are elected from a member town different than the town previous. And the idea there is simply that each town have a share in the authority or power of the chair for the duration of a year. That can be amended or changed, but it requires a 2/3 vote. Right now, if we accept what's given to us, the town of Chatham has not had the opportunity to have the chair for a year. And finally, the idea of electing the chair has not been presented to us as a proposal. We've not discussed it. We haven't voted on it. What occurred, and the minutes would show this, is there was an announcement at the end of the last meeting where the outgoing chair said the vice chair would become the chair. That was it. Meeting ended. No discussion, no proposal, no vote, certainly. And we begin today with a fait accompli. I would suggest that is, to use a word we've been using recently, inattentive to process, to put it mildly. It's a bad process. It's not a very good precedent should such a situation arise again. So I would say we're not in crisis. Let's slow down. Let's have some members of the committee review this, come up with a proposal. We are simply not able to rely on regional agreement and policy because those documents don't cover this. We have to change the meaning of that definition. We have to change the meaning of those definitions in order to come to what's being presented to us now. Personally, then, I would not vote for Jackie to be vice chair. We already have a vice chair. I'd be very happy to vote for Jackie to be chair. And in that way, Chatham would have the continuity of having the chair for one term or 1 year. So that's it. No, this motion should be not rejected, but delayed or amended so that we have time for further consideration by appropriate subcommittees.
So, thank you, Joe. Any further discussion, Terry?
Joe makes some good points, but frankly, I think that is, as he alluded to, it's an exception. And it certainly wouldn't push to the verge of crisis, but I myself feels that what occurred was so quick that I think the chair, in this case, Mary, deserves some help. And so I don't really see the need, and we're still within the bounds of what we've done, that we move on this year. I don't really think Chatham or Howard, 3 or 4 months short of a full year, will suffer, but to me, it's the smoothest way. Meredith was raised from vice chair to the chair for the completing of this year. In order to get her the help that she needs in the form of a vice chair, we nominate someone now to complete this year, and we continue in June with new nominations. So although I can respect Joe's logic on it, I think what we did a month, 2 weeks ago, but at the same time presenting tonight, it kind of surprised me. I thought it was just an easy step to get a representative from Chatham to agree to be the vice chair, and we move on. I don't think the flip-flop, it answers the dilemma we're facing. I think a subcommittee to review is at least a month, if not 2 months, if not 3 months, and then we're into the mid-budget, and our present chair is hanging in there by herself, brand new to her. So I would recommend we move on with the second. I think we did hear it and have a vote.
So we have the motion on the table to vote on. So, Tina?
A couple of comments. I understand where Joe's coming from. I do. And I would agree that it's a good idea, perhaps, to have a discussion, perhaps starting with policy. And at the same time, being a former chair, I am concerned that we can't just leave Meredith in limbo. Anything could happen between now and the next school committee meeting. Meredith might not be able to lead it for whatever reason. So then we're really in a constitutional crisis. Who the heck's going to lead the meeting? So I think that we need to go ahead and move forward with electing a vice chair. Having said that, I agree with what Joe is saying. I do believe we're moving through uncharted territory. I do believe policy should take a look at this so that we can fix this going forward. I mean, nobody saw this coming, so we just have to kind of move with it. It happens all the time in the world. So, but we move forward with what Joe's proposing, and we choose a vice chair tonight. Thank you.
Sharon?
Yes, we have had many times the vice chair fill in for the chair, and we weren't concerned with what town, but to Joe's point, that was for a meeting or two. So I haven't been unhappy with what we did, but when things come up like this, I think I would recommend that we check with our attorney and maybe MASC, our state organization, just to be sure what's going on. But I also understand Tina's point that we do need somebody to, if, you're our vice president, so you would be conducting these meetings either way going forward. I feel comfortable with that. I think that at minimum, we need to decide if you couldn't be there, who would fill in. But that's just my 2 cents.
All right, so are we prepared to vote on the motion on the Jackie?
Said I'd add that I'm not taking any of this personal, so y'all can carry on.
Thanks. Are we prepared to vote on the motion on the table? Floor? Okay. Sharon?
I feel like I need to, I was all set to vote for this, but I think now I need to abstain because I'm not sure about it. Not the people, just the process.
Okay. Jackie?
Just a reminder that abstentions are used for conflicts of interest, but I'm going to vote for myself. Aye.
Terry?
Yes.
Tina?
Aye.
Joe?
Joe Osceola, no.
And I'm an I. So that carries?
Yes, it carries,
Okay.
I believe.
All right, so we do have an added item to our agenda that our athletic director, Karen Gilmet, is here, and without any proposal, could we bump her up in the order under reports and discussion? Is everyone okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, so Karen, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me and for bumping me up. I appreciate it. So I'm here to ask for permission or approval to add volleyball. I am aware of the school committee policy of adding new sports. So just to give you a little bit of history, I'm in my 6th year here as athletic director. When I was hired, volleyball was a subject of discussion between myself and Scott of something that we both agreed we would love to add. And so in the last 5 years, I've had several meetings with students and sort of laid out what they needed to do in order to get a new sport started. 2 years ago, pre-COVID, we got enough interest to start it as a JOSM club. And so that year we had, 20 plus kids a couple days a week during JOSM with Miss Yarnell running the club. And it was great. And then last year with COVID kind of halted the progression. But this year, the end of last year, they had a meeting, an interest meeting to see how many students would come after school to an interest meeting to find out that, yes, this would be an after school activity and to kind of see what we had for an interest after school. And, if it was something that that's viable for us. And so we started it this fall as an after school club. And we've had between 14 and 16 girls showing up 1 or 2 days a week after school, and they're super committed. And the best part about it to me is that none of them currently play a fall sport. I think there might be one cheerleader who does it when she can, but for the most part, they're all students who haven't been involved in sports or haven't played a fall sport, and it's a really good group of kids who are getting involved in the school in a way that they have never been. And so it's been really, really fun to see. And so the next step would be next year having them as a JV team, and then the following year going as a varsity team. The kids are also aware that they would have to fundraise for next year to raise money for uniforms, for transportation, for officials, etc. So they are on board with that. So again, I think that we've shown that we do have the interest, and we they've shown the commitment so far. And so I'm asking for your approval to add volleyball as a sport, which also adds us in paying the coaches stipend.
Thank you. Any discussion, Jackie?
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. I always get a little nervous coming from the original Chatham High School that there's too much overlap in sports, and are we going to have enough kids to continue to sustain it? But it was encouraging that a lot of the kids weren't overlapping and were interested and active and consistently active over the last couple of years in a sport. And of course, the goal of the district is to diversify and offer as much as we can productively. So my question would be, is this something, because typically we don't vote the same night, is this something that can wait till our next meeting to vote? Or is there, we can definitely vote tonight, but is there something that's on a time restriction that could not wait until our following meeting?
No, it certainly can wait. There's no time restriction on a vote.
So they can continue to play and do what they're doing now?
Yeah. Right now, like I said, right now it's the clubs. They're just practicing a couple of days after school, a couple of days a week. And again, Miss Yarnell is running that. And since you mentioned it is a diverse group, which is even more exciting to watch. And as far as I'm aware, and Jen could answer this maybe a little bit better, but I do not believe any of them are seniors. So that's a positive step for us for the future.
That was one of my other questions.
Terry?
Great.
Hearty yes, coming from 40 years in Barnstable. I just saw the growth in the town of Barnstable and the diversity included, and not looking guaranteed towards championships year after year after year. It certain would be a plus to see some young women get on and have fun with that sport. I just think it's a growing popular one.
Tina?
As a former, long time ago, volleyball player, I am so happy to hear this. Very, very excited. And my question, following Jackie's, if there isn't any urgency to vote tonight, then it is our policy to bring it back to the next meeting if it's not urgent. But I love it.
It's not urgent. The only thing would be, Miss Yarnell is running it now. So if you vote to approve it, then hopefully we could get her a partial stipend for doing this fall. But again, it's not really urgent. It certainly can wait until the next meeting.
So that's on October 21st. So that would be okay, Karen?
Yeah, that's totally fine. She's planning, I think, on going into November.
Okay, great.
Could I have a quick follow-up just real quickly, Madam Chair? So in that case, if we can wait till the 21st, great, because that is our process, but can we also ponder a back pay? If that's something you're thinking about, I don't know. I mean, that might be a negotiation. I have no idea, but.
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of that. Michael probably can. However, coaches' salaries or stipends are paid at the end of the season anyway. So
okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just normally one payment for the term
Okay.
and the season. So timing wouldn't be a huge issue.
Okay. So if there's Sharon?
Yes. I also like this idea. I would request that we receive with our packets for next school committee, just a one sheet of paper with basic information of how many and whatever on that, and take a vote next time. Thank you.
absolutely, I'll get that to Leah.
Great. Any further discussion? All right, so we are going to move on to FY21 MCAS report. I'm not sure who drew the short straw to start. Jen! Excellent.
All right. if you could just give me a thumbs up that you can see this or just a yes, because I can't see any of you.
Looks good, Ken.
I
All
can
right.
see it.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, just in the essence of time, and I know that Mark is going to do a more detailed presentation district-wide on MCAS at the end of ours. I'm just going to try to focus on some of the highlights coming out of, obviously, the year of COVID, a pretty disrupted learning experience, and some of our takeaways. On this first slide, there's a lot to see here, but if we just focus specifically on ELA and math, obviously because we measure growth in these areas in which we don't in science, there's actually some positives, some really surprising positives here. You can see on the fourth column from the right, that's the participation rate. And you can see that in grade 10, we actually had a 98% testing rate, which is pretty high, given the fact that it was a pretty disrupted year. For grade 8, you can see that it's an 86% participation rate. And I have my own feelings on that, which we can certainly talk about later. But by and large on the slide, you can see that the areas that we can really celebrate in ELA in particular in grade 10 is that average growth and achievement compared to 2019, which was the last year that they tested, because 2020 there was a halt. We actually went up in both achievement and growth. And we look for the average scaled score achievement to be somewhere 500 and above. And you can see that we hit the 514.9 in ELA and 505.9 in grade 10 math. And in growth, we look for somewhere around 50%. And you can see that English in grade 10 did extraordinarily well at 66.5. And math did fall just below where we would like to see them. Unfortunately, in grade 8, you can see that the average scaled scored was just around 500, but the growth is the area of concern, which we'll talk about later. The second slide here is just a comparison, and you're welcome to look at this at your own leisure. Basically, you can see on that bottom line there that in 2019, the average scaled score for grade 10 ELA was 510, and that's where we actually went up. And in math, it was 503.7. Growth in 2019 was 64%. And in math, this is where you can see the dip. It was 56.5 in 2019, and I'm just going to go back compared to the 45.6 in 2021. And grade 8, when we returned to full-time in-person learning, that was right around the time when the MCAS window opened. And I will say this, that over the course of the entire year, grade 8 had the most number of students that stayed fully remote. And it's also not a graduation competency determination factor, which is why I believe parents opted their child out of MCAS, even though there really isn't an opt-out. They did elect not to test, and that's why I think that the participation rate was so low in grade 8 last year compared to other years when it hovers around 99%. So I'm just gonna skip here to just a quick Cape Schools comparison chart for 2021 for grade 10, and one of the highlights, and I basically looked at every high school on the Cape that's pretty comparable to Monomoy. And you can see that Monomoy Regional High School led the Cape in ELA growth with 66.5%. They came in number 4, that's the little 4 in achievement. Sturgis led the pack at 523.4. They were first. And on the right-hand side, I don't need to dissect that, but that's the math, achievement, and growth. We were in 3rd place respectively. Then just going to move here to 2019, which was the year prior, well, 2 years prior technically. Another celebration for Monomoy Regional High School. They were number 1 on the Cape in growth as well. There's been a lot of there's actually been a lot of focus in this area, and I think that we're starting to see some of the results of that. And you can see the decline from 2019, and I'll just jump back to 2021 in math. There it is right there. And this is where I'm just going to jump quickly to grade 8, 2021 and 2019. And this is where you can see, even though the scores and the growth were low, comparatively speaking to other CAPE schools, it was pretty similar. So math achievement was actually first on the CAPE for grade 8, and growth was second, and ELA achievement was third. First was actually Mashpee, and the two schools that have the asterisks next to them do not have grade 8 in their high schools, but by and large, you can see that many CAPE schools do. Growth was down across the state too, and I think Mark's going to discuss that a little bit later. So that is 2021 and 2019. You can sort of see where grade 8 played out comparatively speaking to other CAPE schools. Last slide here is just for your viewing, which is the where we like to see our kids, which is that 500 and above, meeting and exceeding expectations. And like I said before, we had I think another place for celebration is we had, particularly in grade 10, we had more students than 2019. We had more students in the meeting and exceeding range and fewer students in the not meeting and partially meeting. I will stop sharing.
Any questions or comments?
That was the drive-by version.
Thanks,
actually.
Jen.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So Jen, I just have one question if nobody else does. So as far as like, I mean, I know it was 98% for grade 10, but grade 8, like, they were all in person, right? The MCAS testing was all in person. So were there remote kids that came into school
Yep.
to test? Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So we elected not to offer a remote testing option. And like you can see, every single one of for the most part, every single one of our sophomores did come in. I believe because it's a CD requirement, there's a natural high stakes, right? Because it's predicated, obviously on a diploma. And actually last year we had, I actually jotted this down too. We only had 2 math failures and 1 ELA failure in grade 10, which is actually considering the learning experience. And you have to remember, we went until April with 3 cohorts rotating. As you remember, you have a daughter there, 2 in the school at any given time, 1 was at home. I think given the circumstances, I think there are some areas to celebrate. Sorry, that's my dog.
That's okay. Thank you. That answered my question. Any other questions for Jen? Terry?
Thanks, Mary. Hi, Jen.
Hey, Terry.
Jen, a question that I asked, that's not my dog. A couple of weeks ago, I asked Nancy, our chair, and I guess it was inappropriate because it was on the agenda. Let's give it a try now. MCAS. I should know the answer. Homeschool youngsters, 8th grade, 10th. Do their parents have the right to say, independent of pandemic, my youngsters homeschool all the time, but they're coming in to take the test? Or as schools, can we say homeschool, do not participate in MCAS?
So when you say homeschool, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying. Homeschool, meaning Monomoy Regional High School, is not responsible for the education, and the parent is providing the education. If that's the case, we do not test them. They are not receiving a Monomoy Regional High School diploma. Mark, you can certainly jump in. I think I'm right on that one.
Yeah.
For example, those youngsters, though, still would be able to come in and try out for sports, I think.
Yeah. So those students are not registered Monomoy Regional, they're not MRSD students. So they're just like private school students. Those students don't take the MCAS either. So now we do allow students to participate in extracurricular activities, which is like a little bit of a fuzzy spot sort of in the law. But they don't participate in the state assessment system. No.
Okay,
do
good.
not.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Jen.
Tina, I think you have your hand up. Go ahead. Hi, Tina.
So, Terry reminded me that I had a question last time. So I don't know if this is something you can answer based on what you presented tonight, but with, I was thinking specifically about the John and Abigail Adams scholarships.
Yep.
And how are any exceptions that you're aware of being made to, just in case somebody just has an off year because of COVID, is that held against them?
So that's an excellent question. So there's this graduated scale. So students, it's really strange. So students that are currently, current grade 11 and 12 students, 11 and 12, yeah, they did not. So 11, they could use courses to determine their competency for a diploma. However, if they wanted to qualify for Adams or Coplic, they had to test. So we did have a population of juniors last year who were technically exempt from the CD requirement of testing because their grade 10 year was the closure. But if they wanted to qualify for Coplic and or Adams, they were given the opportunity to test. So to further extend your question, any student that tests in grade 10, if they want to retest to qualify for Coplic or Adams in 11 and 12, they can. I think that's your
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
And they do have like a set of like different requirements. Additionally, there's like for the graduating class of 2021, there's like a if this and that like set of standards that are a little bit different than they were previously. And then for the class of 22, there were actually, no, it's 22 and then 23. And then there's then they change it a little bit to sort of adjust for COVID. So they have made some adjustments in the qualifications globally, in addition to what Jen said as well.
There's basically 3 options for a diploma. It resets with last year's freshmen who sat for a science exam in June. They will sit this year for math and English, and then it resets. It's graduated for current sophomores, juniors, and seniors.
Okay, thank you.
Sharon, I think you have your hand up. Or maybe not.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Jen. All right, Adam, are you next?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm awake still, so I'll go next.
Awesome.
Good job, Jen. Good evening. I'll share my screen. Leah, can you let me know if I actually do this correctly?
You have done this correctly.
Oh, thank you. All right, good evening, all. Do I have it? Oh, let me hold on. No. All right, here we go. I'd like to thank Miss Mary Oldak for the background and all this. So you'll see some similarities. I stole it from her. Thanks, Mary. Just before I start, I thought it was worth noting, I spoke with Desi because I was trying to catalog some of the data points that we have to share. So this little quote came about when I called them the other day, that our results are worth celebrating. I think this is the data that people need to see. Aren't you the school district that is doing all that work with SEL? I thought that was funny. They knew that. So good job, Melissa. I wonder how much that has to do with these results. And I'm sure that certainly plays into it, but I figured I'd share that along to the school committee. I broke my data down into 2 points, student growth percentile, which we just talked about a little bit, that Jen mentioned. That's that 50 that we kind of, which means the 50th percentile, just if you're not familiar with that. I also double checked with the state regarding this. That 50 percentile is like saying you're basically at average, meaning 50, you're 50 out of 100. And in this case, I know Jen mentioned that Mark's going to get a little deeper into this, but the comparison study was of kids from 2017 to 2019. So our data points and our growth of our students from 2019 to 2021 is based on those students' growth of a typical student, and that range of score for that child from 2017 to 2019. That's why across the state you're seeing these low student growth percentiles. So just to understand that, I don't want it to be shocking, but in some cases, like Jen just noted, specifically with that 10th grade ELA, you see that magnificent growth in a pandemic, which is just amazing. So this is a quick glance at our growth over at Monomoy with our current, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, or as they were as 5th, 6th, and 7th graders, related to ELA and mathematics. So if you just take a quick glance at this, and I dig deeper into it, you'll say that 5th grade math outperformed our students outperformed the 2017-2019 growth amounts that you would expect. So in essence, didn't matter that it was a pandemic, really didn't have an impact. We still showed higher than average growth in the stretch from 2019 to 2021. And then that overall growth is basically, I always tell the staff when we look at this, like if it's between 40 and 60, it's a good place to live. If it's below that, we have some concerns. We have some things we really need to work on. But if it's sitting between 40 and 60, I'm happy to see that, and then if you can see it into the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that's just wonderful. So overall, I'm pretty impressed with where Monomoy is, but for point of reference, as far as growth, this is where we are in most of our surrounding schools. I did check with, I think, 13, but I put the notables up here. So I think we were ranked, I think, 3rd or 4th, right around 3rd or 4th within this growth percentile that in comparison to our neighboring schools. I'll pause right there and ask if anybody has any questions related to growth. All right, excellent. So just for point, like when I look at this, I think like, what are we doing? What does this data really tell me? And what does it mean for the way our students were educated last year? And it really goes back to our position that we had last year of accepting, adapting, and achieving, and really keeping the focus on education and recognizing we have to put safety measures in place, but really not making that something that consumes us. Also having additional time related to science, mathematics, and ELA was a big part of our design last year. In making sure that we also embedded that social emotional component into the education of our students and recognize that they were going through what could have, for them felt like a very traumatic event, and that we're supporting them along the way. So a combination of those is really the design that we created, and it had a lot to do with our successes. Student achievement is the other piece of this. I've identified the meeting expectations, that component between 500 and 529 is where we've always lived. And we're the only school on the Cape, in the middle school rather, that can say this is where we always live, because that's where we always live as Monomoy Middle School. Since its origination, we have lived in that meeting expectations land, which is a good place to live. And there are no other schools that I can find, which is really even more fun, that have made it to that 500 benchmark this year. So student performing at this grade level expectations and is academically on track to succeed in the current subject. So that's something to talk about. And then this kind of gives the data point related to it, to the individual tests that we have. So This is what you find on the state website, like where we are, where the state is, and where the district is, and where that happy green there. That's ELA and mathematics. And I haven't found it yet, but I challenge somebody to find a school that is in 500 in all of these categories. So ELA, math, science. I can't seem to find them. I did ask Desi to let me know which school at the middle school level has made it 500 or above in all of these areas. This is kind of where we are in comparison to all the Cape schools and Cape and Islands. So that's number one out of 13 schools, which is something to celebrate again. So this is achievement. This is just how we've done generally across the school. Pause there for a second. Any questions? All right. And this is an interesting piece here. This is the raw score data. So it doesn't necessarily correlate exactly to the MCAS reported out data, but this is the breakdown between remote learning and in-person, just the effect of being in remote had on our students. So you can see across the board in ELA, math, and science that it did significantly impact our students. What's interesting though, even in our remote setting, our students outperformed what the state was. So that's another highlight there to say, hey, good job, guys. What does it mean? It means we did well last year, even though our achievement dipped from 2019. So typically Monomoy Middle School hovers around 506, 507 in average scores. And so we've dipped a little bit to that 502 zone. So that's what that means. So there's certainly some room for improvement. It means that more students truly are deciding to stay at Monomoy. This has been one of my personal goals as an educator, but how we are selling our school and how we are communicating doesn't need to be like on the radio station or TV station or something like that. We just have to do well, and people come to us and they know we're just a high performing premier school and just doing things the right way. The students and staff, and if you walk through our building, are honored to be a part of it and want to live up to this expectation. So that's another, great thing that's kind of happened and continues to happen. It also means we have work to do. We have work to do related to our subgroups, and we've analyzed those with our teaching staff and how we're like addressing different cohorts within our building. And that's really the work to be done related to MCAS as well as to our measures of academic progress to kind of define where we are and kind of move forward. And that's kind of speaking to that piece. One of the things that you'll see in the next couple of weeks, if you're a parent of a student, parent or guardian of a student at Monomoy Middle School, you'll get the student goal setting sheets that are related to our students' needs as identified through measures of academic progress, and that really helps drive the seminar groups that we have and meeting the needs of each individual student. So that's the quick celebration story of Monomoy Middle School. So I'm going to stop sharing and answer questions.
Any questions for Adam? Terry?
Thanks, Adam. No questions. And the quick eye scanning of your story there. Congratulations. It's so awful nice to squeeze in good news during all of us sitting thinking we're going to hear some more challenging bad news. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, Terry.
Sharon?
Yes, I looked over the papers, and it looks like every school's doing well, but I'm remembering back years, and back years, the problem we had was at our middle school. And the academic achievement on MCAS, I remember as be more challenging. And some of us thought, well, maybe it's just the nature of middle school. But of course, since it's relating to other kids at middle school, that doesn't exactly work. But anyway, that's the long of just saying, I think that all the teachers in all the schools deserve a lot of credit. But I'm particularly impressed with the middle school just because of what I've seen over a decade or 9 years or so. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon.
Anything else? All right, so are we moving? Mary, is it you?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Meredith. I know Jen Kelly wasn't able to be with us tonight, and I think Mark is presenting her side, so it makes sense that he just rolls right into his presentation, probably. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. And start at the beginning. Sorry about that. Okay. Harwich Elementary School MCAS 2021, I just wanted to say to the school committee members who might have received the packet, my slides are the same, but they may be in a slightly different order. As Adam started with a quote from Desi, I'm starting with a quote from Desi too, not as personal to our school, but definitely captures what we're seeing statewide, that the results, our MCAS results show that there are many more students with gaps in their learning as compared to our previous years, and you'll see that in the Harwich Elementary data. And that's much more notable in mathematics than it has been in English language arts. And that is also a trend that we saw as I reported out to the school committee last spring in our MAP data too. Unlike the middle school and high school, the elementary schools do not have growth data because our fourth graders last year who took the MCAS did not take the MCAS in third grade because it was not offered because of COVID, and third grade is the first year for MCAS. So what we've done here is we'll be showing you two slides about, instead of growth data, looking at the percentiles of the number of students who are meeting or exceeding expectations in that percentile for our school, for Harwich Elementary versus the state. What I wanted to do here on this slide is to show you a longitudinal look at Harwich Elementary over time from 2017 through 2021. And so in the top half of this graph, we have 2017 ELA through 2021 ELA, and on the bottom section, we have the same for math. So what you'll see here is that over time, Harwich Elementary, particularly in ELA, has met or exceeded the percentile for the state for students meeting and exceeding expectations. We have been, right on the state average in 2017 and 2021, slightly above in 2018, significantly above in 2019. And in math, really riding right on the state average with just 1% higher than the state over time. For this past year, when we dipped down below the state at -5. And I'll go in and talk a little bit more about those trends that we're seeing in more of the COVID specific data. And when we pick a theme each school year, and 2 years ago the theme was "We are not average," and we don't aspire to be perform at the state average, right? And I truly believe this to the core, that we are not average. We do not have average resources. Our school is incredibly well resourced, and our teachers have the materials that they need to teach. We have done really looked at very deeply at our math curriculum, and now with our ARC core coming on board, really made some significant investments in the curriculum. And we certainly have a very dedicated staff. So we're not average. And even though these are, they're in the green, they're at the state average or above, it's certainly not something we want to be complacent with. So that's third grade. Fourth grade, over time, again, the longitudinal look for fourth grade, ELA from 2017 to 2021, you'll see that we had been writing below the state average. And, I think it'd be interesting, to think about when we adopted Math in Focus and what these results might be telling us about the impact of Math in Focus on our fourth graders' results too over time. So we, showed that we were a little bit behind the state in ELA, definitely have moved ahead. And in math, we have been stronger in math over time in fourth grade. I think these results here for Harwich Elementary and how we have really outperformed the state this past year with 15% of our kids, 15% more of our kids meeting or exceeding is very interesting and good news, because globally we definitely have seen that slip in math achievement with all of the metrics globally. So this slide is the story of COVID. And the reason why I say this is the story of COVID, we're going to be looking more deeply at 2019 versus 2021. And we're looking at how we compare to our neighboring friends, our neighboring schools. And so for fourth grade, I'll just go down the list here just to give you the context. We have Harwich Elementary's fourth grade. In 2019, our ELA meeting and exceeding was at 55%. This past year, it dropped to 54%. Our math meeting and exceeding was at 58%, 2019. I think of that as before COVID, and 2021 at 48. So a drop or a delta of 10%. And if we look at our neighboring schools here, this is Orleans Elementary in Nauset, Wellfleet Elementary in Nauset, Eastham Elementary in Nauset, Eddy Elementary in Nauset, this is in Brewster, and then Wixon and DY, which houses their fourth and fifth graders. So, we're very excited to see when we look at our neighbors here that the differential that we saw in fourth grade, the drop of meeting and exceeding of 1%, definitely was a standout among our neighboring schools. Wixon was up by 5%. We lost less ground than our neighboring schools did. And we also see that in math as well. That is a good news story that we're seeing in the data. When we move on to third grade, again, we're looking at our friends and neighbors in Nauset and DY. And again, this is Orleans Elementary, Wellfleet Elementary, Eastham Elementary, Eddy in Nauset, Ezra Baker, Station Ave, and Emmy Small, which are the three elementary schools in DY. So we have, I'm just going to shift over here to math first. Overall, a drop of 22% and meeting and exceeding from 50% to 28% for Harwich Elementary. Definitely alarming when you look at that percentile, minus 22%, or what that delta is, right? But if we look down that column, we see very similar stories for all of our neighboring schools. That, again, this is the global slip, and I know that Mark will talk more about this too. It's what Commissioner Riley has been communicating out in his press releases as well. And the story here of the drop in ELA meeting and exceeding at Harwich Elementary from 73 to 50%, this minus 23%, as compared to our neighboring schools. You can see there's much more of a range here. And we definitely had the biggest drop. And that is of concern. And that is what we're going to look at a little more. We're going to look at more deeply. So the question here is, what happened? And more importantly, what are we going to do about it? So we're peeling away the onion, looking at all of our MCAS data. Every year, I give the teachers their teacher level very specific results that shows the results of each one of their children. They even get printouts of their children's essays that they wrote and an item analysis for their class as well. And what we are seeing at that teacher level with that minus 23% is we have 6 third grade classrooms. Those results that brought down that cohort so significantly do appear to be clustered in a certain number of rooms. And I do meet with each one of the teachers individually every year to review these results and look more deeply at them. And, part of that is looking at the item analysis of, in English language arts, the essay and the structured written responses are always an area of improvement. It's interesting, this past year with MCAS, only 50% of the kids received the essay prompt. So, and that was statewide. So we had children taking kind of 2 different versions of MCAS and finishing at 2 very different times, taking 2 very different amounts of time to complete it because only half of the children had the longer essay to write. We do see that in general, as we're looking at all of the results, math and the essays, that there are definitely areas to target. Some of them are very historic, such as fractions always seem to be an area that the students trip up on. 2-step word problems, where the answer to one part of the problem influences whether or not the second part of the problem is right. Citing textual evidence and their responses too. And test taking strategies. I thought long and hard about exactly which word to use here for test taking strategies. Because we don't like to think that we teach to the test, but what we do teach to is answering the question that is asked. And we printed out the essays for all of our students and shared them with the teachers. And we're looking at some of the scores on the essays, which we found to be really interesting, I should say. And one particular essay, we actually shared this with Scott as an example, is there was one of the questions the children had to extend the story. So they had to take the characters, the setting, and the plot and continue the story. And one of our strongest students did a beautiful job in saying what she would do if she was going to continue on with the story. But what she did was she didn't continue the story. What she did is she started writing in the first person saying, I would use these characters and they would do this. So it's, these nuances that are so important, even at this young age of 9, which are pretty significant of, just the shift of from third person to first person. And she, her score was 1 out of 4, even though if she had just written it in the third person, she would have nailed it. As Mark, I know, will go into more deeply, very curious about our subgroup performance, particularly in the third grade ELA scores. And I did just want to mention that as I was digging around in the teacher level data this past week, there definitely are some anomalies that I'm very curious about. For example, for one of our teachers, her results showed that all of her kids scored across all of the English language arts question types at or better the state average. However, overall, her meeting and exceeding was below. So I'm just not quite sure how all that adds up. So I'm figuring out how to make sense of that. So what are we going to do about it in terms of academic supports? Very exciting that we have been able to bring back reading and math intervention. Last year, because we had to staff our remote classrooms, we had our 3 interventionists, 1 math intervention teacher and 2 reading teachers actually became classroom teachers, and we thank them for that, because it really was, something that we had to do, and wasn't really the role that they expected to be playing going into last school year. But they've returned to intervention, and I'm very, very grateful for the ESSER-funded additional math intervention position that we have. We now have 2 full-time certified reading teachers and 2 full-time certified math teachers. And in math, we also were able to take our 0.6 math instructional assistant and made that position full-time. And I can tell you can tell from the results that we're just seeing in our school and in our district and statewide that math is definitely an area that needs focus. So I just wanted to step a little bit aside from MCAS and just give you a quick update on that while I'm trying not to take up too much of your time. Our intervention cycle is just getting underway after all of our fall assessments, and we have 91 students who are in intervention. Intervention targets students who typically fall within our bottom quartile. We have 91 students in Harwich Elementary. Typically, we have about 500 kids, so we have 95 who've qualified for intervention. Definitely all hands on deck. This is a lot of children, K to 4. I'm even teaching a 2nd grade reading group every day, and it's just, I wish we had another reading position because we definitely have more kids who could benefit from that. I also just wanted to say that I'm very hopeful and very excited about our ARC reading curriculum. Our teachers are into it with both feet, and it is so much more student-centered than the reading units and curriculum that we had previously. And they are sitting and reading with our kids individually, setting power goals with the children. And I expect that we will definitely see a significant impact on ARC with ARC on board with us. We're also following the DESE acceleration roadmap, which really encourages teachers to look at just-in-time learning and not lower that grade level expectation bar. And our whole child data reviews, and I apologize for the typo there that says wild child data reviews. It's whole child data reviews. That's unique to Harwich Elementary. This is, I thank our school council for the endorsement of this. As we think about equity and children's access to the curriculum, it's not just about the curriculum, right? It's about everything, all the different aspects that influence a child's ability to learn. We look at them twice a year, each child one-on-one with their teacher, their mental health, social emotional development, identity development, academic development, cognitive development, and physical health. So that's very exciting because I know that our subgroup achievement isn't where it should be, and I really think that that's the key to moving us ahead with that. Last slide here, the case for in-person learning. We had 10 students take MCAS in 3rd grade in remote and 14 in 4th grade. And you can see of the meeting and exceeding percentage comparisons are remote versus in person are very telling. Our remote students significantly underperformed our in-person students. And I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. All of our children did take MCAS. We had no one opt out. It was fully remote, and they were proctored online. And the good news is they're back in person. All of our kids are back in person, and we're able to scoop them up into our intervention model and into our in-person classrooms. All right, I'm just going to stop the share.
Any questions for Mary? All right, thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
All right, Mark, you're taking the floor.
I am. All right. So I'm going to quickly go over the information for Chatham Elementary School. As Mary mentioned, Jen Kelly had something come up with her family, so she's not able to be here tonight. So I'm going to run through the Chatham Elementary School information, try to do the best I can if anybody has any questions that come up for CES. And then I'm going to give you some big picture district info and drill into that a little bit. So I apologize. You're going to be hearing from me for a little bit. And I'm probably going to get sick and tired of my own voice, and so are you. So here we go. Chatham Elementary School. Jen wanted to reiterate some of the points that Mary already pointed out, which is that for both third and fourth grade, this was their first time taking the MCAS test because of the fact that the 2020 or the 2019 MCAS didn't happen. So this was the first time in 2020. This is the first time in 2021. I lose track of things. Anyways, this is the first time the students took this MCAS, right? So, and she also noted that this was a significantly smaller number of students at Chatham Elementary School because of declining enrollment that had taken MCAS in the past. So she noted there for 2021, the reporting year 2021. Only 68 students total for the school took the MCAS. Then she gave you for previous years there, hovering around traditionally more closer to 100 students take the test at that school. And what you'll see on the next coming slides are that there are actually some significant gains in the number of students that met or exceeded expectations. And like the principals have talked about several different times, you see some interesting statistical information as you pull up some of this MCAS information, especially when you look at some of the smaller sampling sizes. With Chatham Elementary School in particular, you're looking at a smaller number of students. So every one student one way or another makes a really much bigger difference in the percentages. It's not to take away the accomplishments that we're about to celebrate here in a minute, but you see like one student makes a big percentage jump, right? Just because there's so fewer number of them. And like Adam alluded to, you're talking about really 2 years of change. So you're not even actually talking about the same cohorts of kids when we're comparing data like you might do on previous years. But, so for her ELA results, you see here that Chatham for meeting exceeding this year for ELA, 70% of the students in the third grade met or exceeded got meeting or exceeding on the ELA test in the third grade, which as compared to the state was 20 percentage points above the state. And you can see the comparisons there for previous years, some years above, some years below. Compared to the state. I know, and then for math, Chatham Elementary School in the fourth grade, it was above the state, not as significantly above the state, 53% compared to 49%. Again, you can see, some years above and some years below in previous years. She outlined the data going back to 2017, just as Mary had done. And then looking at math, oh no, sorry, these aren't my slides, so I apologize, I don't know them as well. So she focused on the areas of strength and the areas for growth for ELA first. So she did a little bit of analysis in what she found when she looked sort of drilling into what those bigger picture things showed. So you can see there some of the areas of strength were using text clues defined and determine the meanings of words. This is both true in the 3rd and the 4th grade. Identifying punctuation, selecting specific details for cause and effect relationships was 3rd and 4th grade, and identifying figurative language in the 3rd and 4th grade. And then identifying main idea was particularly strong in the 3rd grade. And then areas for future growth was essay writing, particularly in idea development. Echo something Mary said earlier. This was one of the driving reasons for the ARC implementation, like why we landed on ARC versus one of the other products that we were looking at. This is sort of a consistent pattern for our elementary students is not having a lot to say when they develop ideas, and ARC's approach to reading and writing and using thematic units to develop background knowledge and content knowledge, and really helping students develop ideas was a particular reason why we selected that particular curriculum resource, was because this has been a consistent problem identified in Monomoy for a while. Narrative writing, as Mary, actually, I'm not sure if she mentioned it or not, if it was just a conversation I remember having with her about students extending their writing was an area that Dr. Kelly noted as well. And then comparing 2 different texts, and it was a 4th grade challenge, and then identifying character motivation in a poem specifically was a 3rd grade. Now to mathematics. So mathematics for 3rd grade, you can see another area of strength. 3rd grade overall was a big area of strength at Chatham Elementary School. You can see again here, 20 percentage points above the state this year for students that were in the meeting or exceeding category. And then for 4th grade, 12 percentage points above the state for the number of students that were in the meeting and exceeding category. And then when she did some analysis on identifying the areas of strength, comparing fractions and decimals in number sentences for 4th grade was an area of strength. Finding equivalence for multiplication and division equations, adding with a regrouping in the 3rd grade, and then rounding in both 3rd and 4th grade. And then areas for growth, explaining mathematical thinking, both in 3rd and 4th grade. So that would show up a lot in the expanded responses, like where students have to explain their thinking, the old traditional open response. They don't call them open responses anymore. And then solving multiple step word problems in 3rd and 4th grade. Mary alluded to that earlier as well in Harwich Elementary School. And then graphing fractions on a number line. Fractions shows up, like Mary said, students have struggled habitually with fractions for years, especially with understanding fractions, and being able to put them on a number line is really shows how students, their ability to actually understand the value of the fraction, and then determining patterns and rules in the 4th grade. So Dr. Kelly identified some next steps for Chatham Elementary School. Just, some of the similar ones you heard Principal Oldak talk about, digging further, deeper in. The principals have only had this information in their hands for a very short amount of time. So doing some further analysis at the item level, both from their perspectives and having the teachers do that work, then matching that up to the curriculum, starting to look for trends and patterns over time. There is a broken year in there, but you can still, especially the elementary schools, have the nice benefit of the fact that they've been in the new version of the MCAS test for a nice long period. And middle school has that benefit too, where they've been away from the legacy exam for a long time, so the data is pretty consistent. So you can actually really start to look at it over a long period of time and really look to identify trends. Build intervention plans. Mary talked a lot about that. CES is a very similar intervention model, so I'm not going to belabor that point. And compare MCAS tests, sort of looking now to crosswalk that across the map. I know Dr. Kelly's interested in looking at the map data in comparison to the MCAS data. And then starting to put all that into place. Okay, so once we've identified what the areas of strength are, what are some instructional practices? That's the authentic practice piece. What are some instructional practices? I know Dr. Kelly has a elementary background or elementary mathematics background, so that's a particular sort of area of focus for her. All right, so that's my flyby on Chatham Elementary School. I will do my best if anybody has any questions on CES. If not, I will give you my presentation on the district overall.
So Mark, I just scrolled through and it doesn't look like there's any questions. So I feel like you can keep going.
All right, off I go. So I lost my share button. There it is. All right, share and present. Okay, move stuff around here. All right. Everybody see the new slide deck? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, awesome. All right. So, I think I told the principals, I want you all to go first because I want you all to share the good news. And then, sorry, Terry, because I know you said this earlier, but I'm going to have to fly in at the end with a little bit of the Debbie Downer. And I'm going to start with the good news, and then I'm going to sort of work my way into the not so great stuff. So I'm going to present with you the district data. I'm going to give you the aggregate data, which is sort of all of our data as we look at it as a whole. And then I'm going to and I apologize because I know you got this slide deck late because it takes a while to peel the onion back because we don't get these reports from the state. All of these reports from the state. I have to manually manipulate a lot of the stuff in spreadsheets in order to get some of the stuff that I'm going to show you because of the numbers of students we have and the way the state does things. They give you the raw data, but then you have to manipulate it if you want to get percentages, et cetera. So it took me a little while to get to all that. So I apologize that you got this particular presentation. Well, I know you got it a little late. I apologize for that. So anyways, here we go. So I want to just give you some vocabulary because you're going to see some things, especially on the next couple of tables, that are some new terms that you might not be familiar with. And but the state gives us, like the data dump that you get at the district level is this ginormous spreadsheet, and it's got like columns and columns and columns and columns and columns of information. Because what the principals shared with you, like Adam had the nice, well, actually Jen first started with the nice graphic that showed you the visual of the 4 categories that get reported out on on not meeting, partially meeting, meeting and exceeding. And then Adam had some of the descriptors of each of the 4 categories. But then there's actually a whole bunch of other information too, because there's a whole bunch of sort of different nuanced things that can happen. So like, for example, students can take an alternative assessment. Some of our students with special needs that are in, that have substantial special needs take, that are substantially separate programs, take an MCAS alt. And so they use a different scoring like language for those assessments. So that's what you see some of these codings here. On the next slide here, you see, but then there's like, well, what if a kid doesn't take the test? And what if a kid is medically, excused or is absent? What if that kid is a first year English learner? And there's actually more than this, but I didn't give you every single one because not all of them apply to our students in this particular year. But so these are some of the ones that show up to help you and just interpret. And it was really to help you if you ever wanted to go back and understand what some of the ones on the next tables mean, the ones that actually have numbers in them. A lot of them for us were zeros this year, so I didn't figure you needed the ones that were zeros. So again, starting with the big picture and starting with the district. So this is our district level data. So all kids that took the test in grades 3 through 10. So big picture, 51% of our students met or exceeded expectations. 6% of our students did not test that were eligible to test. And only a small percentage of students did not meet expectations at all. So that last category. And this is for ELA. So ELA for us was overall an area of celebration. And as I think all the principals alluded to, actually fairly early on, the language and the support or the research was saying that math was going to be the bigger area of concern, and that the school level data showed this comparison. And our district level data, it's not a big surprise. School level data sort of rolls up to district level data. Our district level data shows this, that our ELA data is stronger than our math data. So moving on, this is what it looks like when I boil it all in and just get back down to those 4 different categories. The E is for exceeding expectations, the M is meeting, PM is partially meeting, and NM is not meeting, just to remind you of the glossary initially. And the nice little colors here. These colors will stay consistent as we move throughout the entire presentation. Blue is exceeding, green is meeting, yellow is partially meeting, and red is not meeting. So this is the breakdown for ELA. So again, you can see over 50% of our students in ELA as a district either met or exceeded expectations in ELA. And again, a small percentage of students didn't meet expectations as for our entire district. This takes a look at trends for ELA over a 4-year period. Goes all the way back to 2017. And so if we look, you can see, so for example, I look at in this, you probably can't see my mouse, but if we look in partially meeting, for example, you can look and see a downward trend from 17, which is the green bar, to 18, which is the yellow bar, to 19, which is the red bar, and then it goes up a little bit. So that means in 2021, we had a few more students in that category. And then in the meeting, or if we go all the way over to the exceeding category, you see we had from 17 to 19, we were continuing to grow the number of students that were in the exceeding category until we got to 21, the number dropped. So, and if you look at each of these, essentially the story that you see here is that we had positive trends, right? We had each of these categories were moving in the directions that we wanted them to be moving until we got to 2021. And either we saw a small movement in the direction that we didn't want it to go, or it plateaued and flatlined. Nothing drastic, but COVID had some negative effect on the district. You can see, that we were having trends heading the directions that we wanted to, and then you see a bump in the road based on or because of COVID. When we look at math, the numbers are a little bit less. So 44% of our students in math across the district met or exceeded expectations. Again, same percentage of students did not take the test. And math is comparatively a weaker area, but overall as a district, and you saw this in the school presentations, we were at or above the state pretty much everywhere. So while it's not where we would have wanted to be in a normal year, we held strong against our peers in the state. Again, this is now looking at it in a graphical form, just for people who like colors. It looks a little prettier as opposed to a table. But this is, again, the same look, and it boiled down to the percentages. And this is the 4-year trends. So again, you can see a similar thing. You can see we were making positive gains, and you can see COVID disrupted or at least flatlined positive gains we were making. You can see particularly in the not meeting category, so all the way to the right on this graph, you can see we're making some nice gains in reducing the number of students that were in the not meeting category. And then in 2019, we get a fairly significant bump in the number of students that are in that category, which is not something we want. So that was a negative effect of COVID. Science gets a little hard. And the challenge with science is that science is the last test the state has moved away from the legacy test. And by the legacy test, I mean they still use in some of the tests, they still use the old language of advanced, proficient, needs improvement, failing. And so it's really, there's like, so I showed you that glossary before. You now have to add in a whole nother set of language and a whole different numbering system. So like that system that the principal shared with you on the 500 being the line for meeting expectations, there's a whole different scale with a whole different set of numbers. And so trying to compare data across the two different scales, you're trying to figure out. So, and the state still hasn't even moved the high school level 1 over yet. So it's like, it becomes really cumbersome. So I did the best that I could, but it's really hard to make science comparisons, especially from year over year. But what I did is I kind of try to mash it together. So you'll see like I have an E and an A together. So I put all the exceedings and the advances together and the meetings and the proficients together. How I ran the spreadsheets and pull all the numbers together to give us a rough idea of where things shook out with science. And to, again, try to give us something, because if not, then it just turns into this pie chart with so many different colors on it that you don't even know what you're looking at. And then for our aggregate data, then I sort of give, these are my overall perceptions or perspectives on what I see, which is not sharing much new on what the principals have already said, which is that COVID impacted math more than ELA. And like I said, science is harder to interpret due to change in the fact that the landscape sort of changes between the legacy test and the MCAS 2.0. But overall, science seems to have been less impacted than math as well. So math seems to have taken the largest impact. And we seem to have seen, at the very least, a pause in positive trends that we were seeing in all of our MCAS data as a district, and some reversal to some of the positive trends that we're seeing. So, and as we compare ourselves to the state, we were fabulous, but as we compare ourselves to ourselves, we definitely saw some regression, regardless of all the hard work we did last year. So there was definitely some impact. But those state comparisons show us that all the work that we did last year definitely did have some mitigating factors, because when you compare us to other school districts that made other choices, you can see the differences, right? But clearly, a global pandemic had an effect, which I think is probably pretty obvious, but the data bears it out. Now we're going to sort of take a little peek behind the curtain. So that's how we look as a whole district. But that's not been good enough for us as an administrative team just to stop there. And this is where my good news story goes to a not so good news story. And so now we're start to disaggregate our data. So I had a few guiding questions that helped me onto this next phase of my data journey. And those 3 questions were, well, you see them here, but essentially the sort of the moral of these three, or the connecting tissue of these three questions are, is Monomoy and did the pandemic, disproportionately affect any subpopulations of our students? And it's really a question of equity inside of our district. And so to start to look at our data and see, were there any, while our overall data looks great, were there any student populations that maybe were underserved that we need to be more focused on as we move forward? So with that in mind, then I started to look at our data and compare our data by disaggregating it. So that's what I'm going to present to you next. So I looked at it several different ways, and I'm going to show you those different ways. The first, the way I looked at it was to look at it by gender. So when I put up the next slide, I'm going to first orient you to the slide, because each of my graphs are pretty much laid out exactly the same. Well, they are laid out exactly the same until I get to the very last, the last graph, just because, and it's only different because it has more data on it than all the other ones. So, so this is it for gender. So what you're looking at here, just to orient you, is I'm going to show you, I'll show you in order, ELA, then math, ELA, then math, ELA, then math. We'll follow that same pattern. And I'm going to show you different ways that we slice the onion. So we're starting with gender. And so on what you'll have is one grouping of students on the left and another grouping of students on the right. So here you have males on the left and females on the right. And you'll see that indicated on the bottom of the graph, right? It tells you that. And in parentheses, you have the N, so the number of, right? So there's 522 students in that sample of males and 530 students of samples in that sample of females. You'll notice that's not the total number of students in our district. It's the total number of males that took the MCAS last year and the total number of females that took the MCAS last year. And then this is how, when you look at their data broken apart like that, how they scored. So when we look at our males, you see that our males underperformed as compared to our females. So where our females, roughly 56% were meeting or exceeding expectations, our males, roughly 41% met and exceed. So about 10 percentage point difference. I'm going to pause there just to see if anybody needs to clarification on what they're seeing, because the rest of the graphs are all laid out this way. So I just want to make sure everybody understands sort of how the graphs are presented. Hearing none, I'm going to proceed. If at any point you get confused, just let me know. All right, so the next one is going to do the same thing. Now I'm just going to show you math. So math, you see math is actually fairly equal. You don't see as big of a discrepancy in math as we did in ELA. So there was a pretty big discrepancy in ELA. Math is fairly equal. The only difference is really kind of in the percentage of students that are in exceeding. There's about twice as many female, percentage-wise, but the females have about twice as many percentage-wise students that got exceeding as males do, but everything else is about the same. So the next way I sliced the onion was to look at socioeconomic status. So I took students that are identified by the state as economically disadvantaged compared to students that are not socioeconomically disadvantaged. So you have 371 students that took the test that are socioeconomically disadvantaged versus 680 that are not. And you can see here, again, a significant disadvantage, or a significant discrepancy between the students that are economically disadvantaged. About 35% of those students met or exceeded expectations, versus, again, about 56, 57% of the students, actually almost 58% of the students, no, 57, doing my math wrong, of the students that are not economically disadvantaged met expectations in ELA. And then if we look at math, again, it's about the same, or the discrepancy is about the same. The numbers are different. So 28% meeting or exceeding for economically disadvantaged compared to 49 or 50% of our non-socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So again, you notice a discrepancy. Next I looked at was students that are EverL. EverL is a term the state uses. So just to define it for you, EverL means a student throughout the course of the year was ever an English learner. So it means that and it's a state coding thing, but it means so they might not have been an English learner identified on October 1, but they got identified by the March Sims date, or they might have been identified as an English learner on the October 1 enrollment data, but they flipped, so they're no longer an English learner, but they're essentially, it just grabs a slightly larger pool of students. So for us, it was like a difference between like 85 and 91 students. So I went with a larger sample size. Or 92 students, I apologize, I was off by one number. So for EverL's, again, ELA, so there's, again, discrepancy, you're gonna notice a pattern here. The discrepancy is, again, fairly significant for our non-English learners. 53% of those students met or exceeded expectations compared to less than 30% of students that were EverL's in English in ELA. Math, the discrepancy isn't as big. Again, you see sort of this, you see the fact that we didn't do as well in math show up in the fact that the overall math scores are depressed. But again, you still see the discrepancy that it affected certain populations more than it affected others. The next group that I looked at was students that receive special education service. So identified as special education, again, as part of the data that we send to the states, they send it back to us. And again, you'll see a pretty drastic, significant difference here between the percentage of students that met or exceeded expectations. Only 15% of the students for the ELA MCAS compared to over 57% of our non-special education students for ELA. And then only 10% of our students in math that are identified on an IEP versus 50% of our students that are not. So again, a significant. And then, if we look at the students that didn't meet expectations, 35, almost 36% of our students on IEPs did not meet expectations compared to less than 6% of the students that are not on IEPs. They're very significant difference. And then the last group that I looked at, or the last way I disaggregated the data, was by race. And so this is where the slide's going to change just different, or it's going to be a little bit different because there isn't just two groups, right? So you're going to see four different. I forgot to mention, all the way back on the race. All the way back on the gender slide. We do have one student who identifies as non-binary, but I can't pull data on one student. I'm not going to give you any statistic information because that one student's going to be 100% in whatever one category they were in. And then the same is going to apply in race. So we have more than 4 race categories in Monomoy, but I'm only going to report for you on 4. The reason being because the two other race categories that we have so few numbers of students in them. So one is Native American and Native Alaskan. There are, I have the numbers, it's either 4 or 5 students. Again, the number's so small that the percentages would not be, just statistically, it does not give us any accurate representation. And the other is Pacific Islander. And again, there was 3 students. So again, it just statistically does not allow for accurate data. So I pulled those students from the data. But the other 4 race categories had enough students in it in order to give us some accurate statistics to operate from. So again, ELA is first. So sorry, there are five race categories. These are the race categories as they're presented to us from the state. Asian, Black / African American, Hispanic / Latinx, white, and multi-race. And like I said, there were 2 other race categories, but I removed them because there aren't enough students in those categories to give us accurate data. But what you'll see here, again, is our white students, roughly 55% of them met or exceeded expectations. But you'll see our students of color, anywhere from 30, hover to 30 to 35, 36% of our students of color met or exceeded expectations, with some varying degree between this specific racial group. You can see 0% of our Black and African American students exceeded expectations. And if you flip it around, if you look at not meeting expectations, you can see that only just under 7% of our white students didn't meet expectations, but double or more of our students of color didn't meet expectations for the not meeting expectations. So our students of color are essentially twice as likely to be in the not meeting expectations category. And the same carries for math. The numbers are pretty consistent in mathematics. That again, somewhat overall, the numbers are a little bit more depressed because it was mathematics, and overall, we didn't score as well in mathematics. But again, you can see our white students are the only ones where the percentage of students that met expectations is greater than the percentage of students that partially met, where that doesn't apply to any other race category. So the big takeaways from this portion is that Monomoy serves some students very well, but it's not serving all students very well. And this continued during the pandemic. The MCAS data is consistent with other data that we've looked at over the last couple of years. I've become the thorn in people's side. I disaggregate all sorts of data now and present it all the time. When I look at the AP and the honors enrollment, it paints a similar story when I look at it these ways. When I look at the GPA at the high school and the grades across our district, honors and recognitions, all of these things paint this similar story. I want to place this in a little context. So these 2 little humans here on the screen are my 2 children several years ago. My daughter would be horrified right now if she knew I was showing you this picture. She is now a lovely teenager in a different district. So she will never see this presentation. So I can sleep with both my eyes closed tonight, knowing that. And if you're wondering why there's a car attached to her forehead, that's because this was a wind-up toy, and she just didn't quite get the idea that if she put it on her head, that it was going to wrap her hair around around the axle, and her father thought it was more important to take a picture of it before getting it out of her hair. But anyways, I digress. So currently, the data would say that if my children had gone to Monomoy, that Monomoy would be well served to support my children. Quite frankly, because my kids are white, because my kids are from a home that has stable income, because my kids are native English speakers, because they have those advantages, they would be well served. The data would say they would be well served by Monomoy. And the data would also say that they might have some differences. The data would say that my daughter would be more likely to be successful because she's a girl in Monomoy. It would say my son would have been less likely to be successful because he's a boy. And the data would say that my son would be less likely to be successful because he's on an IEP. Now, they're individuals, and nothing is forecasted and foretold, and data is just data. But the statistics do, at a certain point, start to make us have to internalize and reflect. And these are conversations we're having at a leadership level, is that when you start to see patterns over and over and over again, there's something that's happening inside your systems that you need to start to investigate. So going forward, equity is going to need to continue to remain to be a focus of our current and our future strategic plan. And we're going to continue to have to do the hard work to examine our systems and our practices, our policies, our procedures that continue to produce these outcomes. There's a lot of work going on. We're doing a lot of work, but there's a lot more work to do. And part of that work we're going to be able to do ourselves. And part of that work is going to mean, we're going to have to develop some strong partnerships to tackle some of the issues that are beyond the school. Scott shared a nice article with me that talks about some of the societal issues that really actually came from Melissa. So actually Melissa shared it with us, and Scott reminded me of it. I want to give credit where credit's due. That it's really it's gonna take all of us to address these outcomes. But we are producing the outcomes we're producing right now, and it's not good enough. We need to do better, because I know, just philosophically from where I stand, every time I do this, every time I dig into these numbers, I don't sleep for a couple of days, because it just doesn't make me feel right. Because all means all, and we really should be having equal outcomes for all students, or proportional outcomes for all students. And right now we don't. All right, so I know I didn't. Sorry, Terry. I know you were looking for a more positive news, and I hate to have been Debbie Downer here at the end, but I'll take any questions.
I don't think I see any, Mark.
I think Sharon's hand might have gone up. Yep.
Yep, I just saw that. Sharon?
So I don't want to end on a bad note, but let me just say before I say an ending statement. So this group of people, whether it's racial or special ed or anyway, some equity issue, will that go to the equity committee to try to look at?
Yeah, so I mean, it's all part of, that is one of many things that like when I said the work is ongoing and there's many irons in the fire, I don't know if I use that expression, that, it's part of the work that we're trying to do. So yes, and I don't think it's the work that we can just leave to the equity task force, I guess is what I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, but yes, the the dogs walking by. Yeah, it seems to be like the theme of the night. The dogs. But yes, so this is, Scott and I had this conversation today when I was running through the presentation. I think the one thing that I really admire about the conversations that we're having here in Monomoy, the one thing that I really admire about having Scott as my superintendent is that he's not afraid to have this public conversation, right? The fact that I just shared all this data and aired all of this and all these discrepancies in a public meeting, I'm not sure every school district would be willing to do this, right? Or every school leadership team would be willing to publicly essentially we're putting our warts out on the table. And it requires a level of vulnerability and risk to say, like, this is who we are, because in order for us to really move forward, we need to recognize where we are. And I honestly think that, I don't know, it makes me very proud to be a part of a district that's willing to be brave enough to talk about the realities of where we are in order to then work forward.
Tina?
Yeah.
Or Sharon?
I just wanted to say, I think that what we're seeing is a very, very, very long-standing profile for probably all districts. I would guess. I don't know that, but I'm glad we're not just saying that. I'm glad we're looking at trying to get out of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And it's not to paint this idea that we're somehow this giant anomaly. And I think it's important for us not to say, well, everybody else has this problem, so and just throw our hands up, right? I think that's why problems like this persist, is if people say, like, everybody else has got this problem, so there's nothing we can do about it. I think it's important for us to be, yes, to normalize and understand that these are larger societal issues, and as public schools, I think that we're definitely a key lever in making and moving forward effective change.
Thank you.
Tina?
Yeah, just a really quick question, Mark. First of all, I appreciate what you said, all means all. And I have a question. I guess the gender slide really brought this into my head, because I personally know kids, I know you're aware, that would not classify themselves in male or female. So with the threshold you were talking about, where we could actually see real numbers, what is that threshold? I know even if it's one student, and I know you've got a threshold where you can't show the real numbers, I guess, but what is that threshold?
So in this particular case, it was literally, but again, and this is just the data that as it gets pumped back to me from the state. So there's a couple of layers there, right? So one, these are just tested students. So it's not the entire district. So it's only students who took the MCAS last year. So it's already a smaller sample. So again, I'm not sure where the students that you're thinking of, where they fall in that, whether or not they were tested students last year or not tested students. But, and then two, whether or not they've made the declaration sort of with the school and specifically had their status with us changed so that, like in Aspen, they're actually identified as non-binary in Aspen, because then that's what gets reported to the state. So the state identifies them as non-binary, so that when I get the big data dump back from the state, it comes back as non-binary. And when I got that big data dump back from the state, it was one student that we had tested was non-binary. Now, I'm not going through and reading every student's name. Actually, I deleted the whole name section, because for me, the names weren't particularly important for this assessment. It was, the fields that I needed were race category, gender category, socioeconomic category. There was like certain columns that I needed, and I deleted everything else so that I could run all my formulas to pull the percentage. But
Okay.
like as far as and I'm not even sure I'm answering your question, but like so let's say you had 4 students, and and you're looking at 4 possible percentages, right? So like you're looking at 4 categories: exceeding, meeting, I already lost what they were, but the 4 different categories that we were just looking at: meeting, or exceeding, meeting, partially meeting, and not meeting. That's 20. So if those 4 kids each land in one of those categories, that's 25% right away, right? So 4 isn't enough. 15 is, we were like the students that were in the Asian category was 15. That was really kind of hugging up against the number. That was probably a little bit too well. The state will not release data less than 10. That's that, and that's like at a grade level. So that's why we don't get the grade level reports back.
Okay.
Actually,
And
the
I
state one
appreciate
less than
that. So, I'm sorry. So
Sorry.
less than 10, that's fine. And just a statement, Mark, and I know your hands are tied with the way the state does it. I think this is a bigger conversation on probably a state level, if not a national level, because I just know our young adults and probably adults in general, this whole idea of classifying yourself is just ridiculous sometimes. I mean, I understand why we do it, but it really does force a child to have to get really stressed about picking a classification, whether it's gender, race, it doesn't matter, if they don't feel like they fit in a box somewhere. So I'm just going to make that statement. I'll leave it here and turn my mic off.
Sharon, another thought?
Another question. So I know that Mary, as she was finishing up, said something about, and what are we going to do now? And had some thing on that. And so she had mentioned that at her school, there are some math and language arts interventionists. Is that also the case at Chatham Elementary and middle school and high school, that there are tutors or interventionists to work with kids that are low on these things, that maybe ESSER funds or something is going to?
Yeah, so there are there's a math interventionist at math and reading interventionist at CES. There's a reading position at the middle school. I don't know if Adam's still on here. I can't remember if there's a separate math position or not at the middle school off the top of my head. I know at the high school there's a academic support position, in addition to there are specific courses with teachers within the math department and within the English department that teach specific courses related to foundational skills in those 2 departments. Adam, I saw you come off mute. Can you help me with that last? Is there a specific math intervention teacher? I know you have one for reading, one for math.
So yeah, we restored that position. Sorry guys, I thought I was done for the night, so I lost the tie. Yeah, we restored the position that was once Lauren Cutter as a math interventionist. So we have a 5 through 7.
Oh, that's right.
Math interventionist, Nana Tobin, who's phenomenal in that position.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mark? Terry?
All right, just a comment, Mark. Thank you. A lot of work. And for a lot of us, it's not a real surprise. I think what you did was baptized what all of us had an intrinsic feeling. And it's not just Monomoy. It's a mirror image, I think, of all public schools, not just the Commonwealth, but the entire United States is seeing this happening. There are, and that's what, going back generations, decades, there would be outliers, whether for increased funding or a select type of team that we're tasked to go at some of these areas. But by and large, I think it's a national issue. Culturally, what public school learning, mom and dad to the signals to their children, and we can go on and on and on. But we see, and I'm thankful for the data that just reinforces that that's what we're living with, that our population of special education youngsters taking the regular MCAS is very similar to what I experienced 25, 30 years ago. That no matter what attempts we made, and it makes a challenge for all of us. There is some hope though, because I think as you ended by saying, boldness pays dividends. So by opening up what we see as truth about how we attack these learners and help them will cause some change. And I just think it's a generational one though. So it's important to hire the best staff that can move on this for a whole generation, 10, 15 years of devotion, because that's where you start to see some results. And it clearly is, simply put, it's a tough nut to crack. However, it's a good start for us to refresh ourselves where we're headed. Thanks again.
Any other questions, comments? All right, so we are moving on to item number 3 under reports and discussion, October 1 enrollment. Scott, is that you?
I will take that one. I just want to say to the team, I thought you did a great job on the MCAS presentations, and I really thought it was important that we go talk about the data, warts and all. And I think it's I think there's so much in that MCAS data that we can be proud of. I mean, we continue to have the top performing middle school. We've got a high school that I believe is probably the only one on the Cape that can say that it improved in math and English, despite the fact that we had a pandemic. We saw, some solid stuff, at the middle or at the elementary levels. And clearly, we have things that we need to work on. In terms of our October numbers, I will share, or I'll try to share my screen here. I know the numbers are probably too small, but this is what you have in your packet, and I'll just try to point out some key things here. If we look at the far right hand side, it compares the numbers in 2022, the FY22 versus last year. What we see is, as a district, we are down 3 students in our October 1 number after last year. As a district, you can say, there's been this long time trend, that the Cape has been losing students. We'd actually expect that there is a decrease, but there are actually rays of sunshine and hope in this. If we look at Chatham Elementary School, Chatham Elementary School's down 13 students. Harwich Elementary School's up 15 students. But it really doesn't tell the picture of what's happening in our 2 towns. I think something that we can celebrate in our 2 towns, if you actually look at the number of Chatham resident children last year, and keep in mind that Chatham resident children can be we have some of them are in Harwich Elementary. 7 were in Harwich Elementary last year, 13 in Chatham Elementary, and look this year, our Chatham resident children are actually up by 4. Our Harwich resident children are down by 3. So our 2 towns have a net increase by 1 child at the elementary level. Again, something to celebrate. I mean, in a situation where Cape Cod continues to lose young children, we're actually seeing, we'll say on the hind end of the pandemic, an actual increase in our elementary enrollment. So we're holding our own despite trends that have been happening around us. And I'd like to think we're holding our own because of the quality of the schools. And I'm talking our resident children. If we leave school choice out of this for the moment. The other thing that is that's interesting, if we look at the punchline down at the bottom of the bottom row, in the past year, we saw 47 children from Chatham, a loss of 47 children to Chatham. Now, mind you, a lot of that was what was happening on homeschooling that was happening on the front end of the pandemic when that was an option for families, and 53 students from Harwich. And when we went into the budget season, because there was such a disproportionate number of Chatham children relative to Harwich children that weren't in our enrollment numbers, that had this swing budget-wise where the costs were heading towards Harwich because there was a disproportionate number of fewer Chatham children. If we look in FY22, we actually see the exact opposite happening. There's actually a net increase of 14 Chatham children in the district and a net decrease of 27 Harwich children, which when it comes to budget time will at least help swing some costs towards Chatham, but we have to keep in mind that it's a 3-year rolling average of the enrollment that that the budget's calculated on. But there's something that to at least be seen in those numbers. The last two things I want to point out to folks is this. When we came here to put Monomoy together, we saw hemorrhaging twice. You saw hemorrhaging going from 5th grade to 6th grade, where students would generally be leaving to Lighthouse Charter School. And you see hemorrhaging happening from 8th grade to 9th grade, where students were oftentimes choicing out and heading next door to Nauset or heading off to Sturgis. What we see, if you look at 5th graders that were in our Harwich and Chatham children that were here last year, compared to Harwich and Chatham children going 5th to 6th grade, there is not a loss of a single Harwich child. There's a net loss of 5 Chatham children. So it shows that we have a relatively small number that might possibly be heading off to the charter school. In the upcoming weeks, we put together, after everybody reports their October 1s, you start to go figure out, okay, where the children are. So we'll have a sort of a subsequent conversation with the school attending children report that we produced. But again, if at most we're seeing 5 resident children heading off to a charter school that's in our backyard, that's a lot better than what it used to be when we looked at when the district came together. At the middle school or at the high school level, going 8th to 9th grade, we see a larger number of children leaving 8th to 9th grade this year. And I actually don't think it's a bad thing. We have to keep in mind that Cape Tech opened a brand new building, and we were anticipating that students might go and take advantage of some of the new opportunities there. So I actually think more kids getting involved in technical education is a good thing for families, for those kids, for the local economy. We saw a decrease in Chatham and Harwich kids going from 8th grade to 9th grade. We saw a loss of 4 Chatham children and a loss of 25 Harwich children. 24 of those children, Harwich and Chatham children, ended up at Cape Tech. So we know that of the 29 total students, 24 of them ended up at Cape Tech. 5 ended up choicing to another district or heading off to Sturgis. But again, only losing 5 students to school choice or charter school in 8th grade, compared to what it was 10 years ago. I think huge gains over where we were. So that's enrollment, October 1 enrollment in a nutshell, and what you can go and glean from a page of numbers.
Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the FY23 budget update. Michael?
Hello. All right, I'm going to try and share some slides with you. All right, so hopefully you can see my budget slides. And so really this is just kind of starting to set the scene for the FY23 budget. And to be honest, the preceding presentations, both on the MCAS results, which are going to drive a lot of what our priorities are looking to the years ahead, and also the enrollment numbers, which are going to drive where our resources are and what things are influencing our assessments. Those set us up nicely for now starting to think about the FY23 budget. So this is similar to last year. Our budget development principles will be driven by the strategic plan, and that's going to be a core to what we're doing, although the strategic plan is now, we'll be looking forward to a new strategic plan which will start next year, so we kind of in between the two, but a lot of the same principles will apply. We will continue to maintain those class sizes of 18 plus and minus 1 at elementary and 19 plus or minus 2 in middle or high school. And then we aim to be data driven. I think those, I mean, as you've seen from the last two presentations, are like heavy with data, and that's driving our thinking. And I think that's where we want that to flow through to the budget process. We want it to be transparent and collaborative, and very cognizant of the financial environment in both towns. And this one I added because I really want to make sure that this year we're looking 5 years ahead. I think that's particularly important when it comes to enrollment and the assessments. I think, I mean, obviously we don't have a crystal ball, we can't know exactly how things will play out, but we can get a sense of the long-term impact of decisions we might be making now. And I think also, as we're talking about ESSER funding, then that kind of long-term plan is also going to be really important, so we don't run into the problems in a few years' time. So a couple of hot topics I just wanted to flag that I think are going to be important this year. One, the first is the regional agreement. Obviously, we had a lot of discussion about that in the last few months or last year, and I think we need to, keep that still going to be an issue, particularly as we start to look at the budget and how the assessments break out from that. As the superintendent highlighted, the change in enrollment changes will be a factor, but because of the 3-year average, the impact will be lessened slightly. So just a quick aside on the regional agreements. I have been talking to DESE about the possibility of, if changes to regional agreement were going to be made at the Springtown meeting, then you could at that same time have a provisional budget that was and assessments that were approved based on the revised agreement that was also being approved at that meeting. So that's going to require some finessing and some juggling and, working with our partners in both towns. But I think it's something that we're definitely going to have to consider. The other hot topic that I just wanted to raise as well is the capital plan. I think we have some major projects coming along or down the pike on our capital plan, particularly the middle school, and looking at the roof. And the siding here is getting close to really requiring an update, and we'll be looking at whether this year or soon is the time to request that we submit application to the Massachusetts School Building Authority for a grant to help us do that. And the Chatham Elementary School roof is also something we need to be mindful of. And then critical factors, these are things that we might not, in my head, these are different from hot topics because these are things that we have control over. One is obviously the financial outlook for the state and the towns and how that's going to impact our funding. And something else we didn't really talk about last year, but is becoming more and more to the fore, is the tight job market on the Cape and how difficult it is for us to fill positions in all the types of roles within the district. And that, it can drive wage increases, and it's also requiring us to have contingency plans in place, which sometimes have a cost related to them. Also, Our enrollment. So we did, as it recovered from the COVID dip that we saw, and looking ahead, can we expect the sort of 3 to 5 year trend, which has been slightly down, to continue? Health insurance, we'd seen for several years no increases, and last year there would have been an increase, or rather, from last year into this year there would have been an increase, but they had a premium holiday because of some of the funds that the plan had available. So, but I'm expecting a modest increase into FY23. Really early to make any, clear predictions. But given how healthy we were looking for this year, and that we made a bit of an increase, I'm really hoping that we don't see a significant increase. But, knock on wood, we'll see how that goes in the coming months, because that can really drive some of our budgeting decisions. Also, we have all our collective bargaining agreements settled except for the custodians, which negotiations will soon be getting underway. So we have a 2.75% increase going into FY23, and that's going to be a big chunk of the change in our budget that we see when we start to look at the first draft of the budget in early December. ESSER funding, the grant from the federal government, which I'm going to talk about under the next agenda item, but that's going to play a big factor alongside the budget in determining how we pursue priorities, like in the strategic plan, like the sort of things that the principals and Mark were talking about earlier. And lastly, of course, COVID, I don't doubt it will continue to be to impact the budget, but it does seem that the impact is lessening, and hopefully that will continue. I don't need to talk too much about enrollment trends. The superintendent just covered that in quite a lot of detail, but you can see that overall there's this kind of gentle trend down, although within the schools there's obviously some variation, and some schools even showing an increase. And then last couple of slides, I just wanted to give you some of the financial context. We've seen, in the last couple of years, we've seen relatively low increases, and that came after reasonable increases of sort of 3 to 4%. Last couple of years, it's been under 2%. And, just when you look, I wanted to just remind everybody of inflation, because obviously, a 1% increase can be undermined if inflation is higher than 1%, and then our purchasing power is not keeping in line with the market. But when I went to get this slide, this information from the Bureau of Labour Statistics, I was shocked to see what the inflation has done in the last few months, where we're now approaching 6%. So hopefully that will right itself in the coming months for the rest of the year, but obviously inflation at that level will really impact our ability to maybe purchase items under the same budget, and eventually will have a knock-on effect on our salary negotiations. The assessments, obviously, as the superintendent alluded to, and we've talked about it before, this is it can be a real challenging issue as part of the budget process. We saw an increase for Harwich of 2%, despite a relatively small budget increase last year. And that was alongside a Chatham assessment that actually went down for the third year in a row. And that might change, though, as we apply those enrollment numbers to the budget this year. All right, that was it. It was really quick. I just wanted to kind of set the scene for future budget discussions. The next really big milestone will be when we present the first draft of the budget in early December. And before that, this month, the principals are putting together the detail of their budget. We'll be sort of starting discussions to the administrative team towards the end of the month, and then we'll be meeting with the principals to review their budgets in detail before we come to you in early December. All right, that's my scene setting presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Michael. I'm scrolling. If you want to unshare, it's easier to see.
Yes, of course. Let me just get if I can find.
I think we're okay.
Sorry, bear with me. Let's see. Oh, there you go.
Any questions or comments? All right, I think you can jump right into the ESSER. That's you as well, correct?
Yeah, okay, I just wanted, and maybe I can show you let's see if I can find it. So I sent around a note to everybody earlier today, so obviously it was last minute, so you may not have had a chance to review it. So let me just, maybe I can share a couple of the charts from this that I think are particularly helpful. So, can you see my screen? Oh no. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure you get you the right screen.
We could see that, Michael.
Oh, you could? Okay,
Yeah.
right. All right. So like I'm getting told. Okay, you see it again now? All right, excellent. So the ESSER funds are funds that have been provided from by the federal government to support districts. And most recently, ESSER 3, which was approved by the American Rescue Plan Act. Our application was due on Monday. So we submitted that on Monday, and I just wanted to show you, give you a little outline about the impact of these funds and a sense of where the district will be spending them or plans to spend them. So overall, the ESSER's 3, ESSER 1, 2, and 3 overall include over $2.3 million in funding for the district. And just to put that in context, that will be far more than the district normally receives in federal grants. So I've shown them here by the year of award, although as I'll show you in a moment, they can be spent over several years. So they are provided to help districts with the response to the impact of COVID. And hopefully you can see this. So we have up until the end of September next year to spend the ESSER 1 funds, the end of 23 to spend ESSER 2 funds, and the end of September in 24 to spend the rest of those ESSER 3 funds. Very roughly, we're looking to spend ESSER 1 and 2 between now and September of next year, really, and then use ESSER 3 for FY23 and FY24. So, as I mentioned, the federal government, the intention of the federal government was at least in part to help districts get back to in-school learning, so to move away from remote learning. Now, the district, Monomoy, of course, has already largely achieved that, and all students, or vast majority of students, are back in the classroom. There are additional, we do have some ongoing costs related to nursing and testing and so on, but the vast majority of that has been achieved. So where we are looking at spending these funds is in the kind of longer term impacts of COVID, particularly around the longer term social and emotional impact on students and the long-term academic impact, which comes back to those slides that were presented by Mark and the principals. So we're using that information to target additional support. And one of the questions that was asked earlier, looking at interventions, particularly in math and ELA, to support students dealing with the fallout from COVID. So, and I provided a list of the items. So really 3 big areas, the academic issues, particularly about math and ELA, social and emotional well-being for students, and also facilities. So looking for facility upgrades, particularly around HVAC and other, measures which can help to reduce the risk of infection. Now, I know as you have seen in previous presentations, we are actually in a pretty good place in terms of our HVAC systems. As a credit to the work the superintendent and the director of facilities have done in the last few years to maintain our systems. So we're able to use some of these funds just to keep on top of, an ongoing replacement of HVAC components. So just breaking it down, so there's ELA and math interventionists. And these total budgets, this is the total budget for the ESSER 3 grant. And most of this is planned to be spent in FY23 and 24. So we're kind of spreading out those funds. So there's the math and ELA interventionists, also a district-wide curriculum and instruction specialist to help support those interventionists and support the principals and the staff throughout the district in targeting support. Also, additional nursing staff, like I mentioned, continuing to deal with the day-to-day consequences of COVID testing and tracking infections. Also an adjustment counsellor, social worker, and some other support for families, which is really around some software we're using a consultant to help put families in touch with community support. Also, summer programs and after school programs are really part of extending the school day and providing support to students. We did some of that over the summer, and a big part of that in ensuring students have equal access to those kind of programs is ensuring there's transportation in place. So funding that through ESSER is critical. HVAC equipment I mentioned. Also looking at, the touchless, contactless water fountains, because those water fountains have been known to be a likely infection spreading challenge. We're in need of replacing a passenger van for our community-based work experience programs that we have at the high school. And finally, continuing, we started this with some of the previous funds, but continuing to upgrade our custodial cleaning equipment to make sure we're getting the best equipment so we can do the best job keeping the buildings clean and free of infection. And then there's some additional indirect staffing costs that are factored into the budget. By the way, the state calculates the formula, the total budget. So 2 things to add to this. One is that we can amend the budget for these grants, and as more information becomes available and we talk with the administration team, and we see how effective existing interventions have been, we can make amendments and go back to the state and ask to change how we plan to spend that money. And we'll come back to you with updates as we make any changes to ensure that we're using the funds in the best possible way. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention is, so these funds have been allocated to this district. So although we are submitting an application, really the state has to approve our spending plan, but the funds have already been earmarked for us. So although we have submitted an application, it's not like we could be denied those funds. We will receive those funds as long as we just keep in line with how the state wants us to spend them, or that they approve our spending plan. So if they, for example, came back and said they didn't like something, we would just have to update our spending plan to ensure we got those funds. All right, that's all. I wanted to just give you an overview of that. I hope that's been helpful of the ESSER funds. And any questions? I'm going to stop sharing now. Very
helpful, Michael. I'm scrolling. Oh, any questions? Sharon. Oh, sorry, Tina.
No, it's good.
Michael, I just want to thank you for your presentation because basically, I've been kind of harping a little bit on the social emotional and the need for some more counseling. And of course, I don't see a whole overview of all the different things the district needs, but this plan looks good from what I can hear. And I love the comments that you said that as we go along, we can make adjustments to that as we see what may need more or less. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I will say, our Director of Student Services, Melissa McGuire, is a big proponent of those elements as well. And she's a big part of the reason these things are in this plan.
Tina?
Yeah, kind of following up with Sharon's comment, just a quick question with the adjustment counselor and the social worker. Are they going to be kind of roving or at a particular school? What's the plan there?
So the social worker some of these plans that we kind of wait to see if we're approved, and then the planning will go in place for really looking towards FY23. But roughly speaking, at the moment, the social worker and plan is for that to be a district-wide position, and the adjustment counsellor. So we're looking at one or more adjustment counsellors, and there's a couple of places. I think one area of particular need we've identified as a high school, but it's not been totally decided yet.
Okay, that's fine. I was just kind of curious if there was maybe a little plan.
Yeah, so that's roughly. So district-wide and the folks in the high schools.
Okay.
And Mark's gonna
Yeah, I was gonna say, it is earmarked and it's designed to be in response to need. Like Michael said, like ESSER 3 is, part of it is we're holding them, part of it in anticipation of need, but we're currently using ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 right now in this year and into sort of what we're starting to think of for next year. And we've got sort of time. So it's like, I don't know, what's the analogy? Like when we're doing normal budget planning, we're forecasting, right? And we're anticipating what we think we're going to be needing for already 18 to 20 something months out. This is even further forecasting out and making a lot of assumptions. So we're trying not to box ourselves too far into a corner, and we're making some assumptions on what we think the needs are going to be. But with grants, especially at the federal level, because I oversee, as Melissa does too, she oversees several of our federal grants. I oversee some of our other federal grants. There's an amendment process where you sort of set what you think the ideas are going to be, and then once you get into process, if you decide, no, that's not really how we want to spend the money, then you go back to the state and say, hey, you know what? We thought we wanted to go in this direction. We now think we want to go in this direction. You send them an amendment, and then they either approve the amendment or they say, like Michael said, you're entitled to the funds. But they have to approve that this is a way that you can spend it under the qualifications of the grant. So sometimes you just have to work with the state to say, yes, that's a way you can spend it. And then there's a process for getting it changed. But this is like long range forecasting.
Okay, and that's fine. And just really quick side note. I mean, I know Sharon's made this argument, and I have said it as well. I mean, I always think we're going to need social emotional support always. And so one of the things we talked about a month ago when we were discussing ESSER funding is to kind of see how we apply it to something. And if we really see, oh my God, there's a real need here, then that gives us evidence or data, however you want to look at it, for future budgets. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. And I was just kind of curious what the thought was. So
yeah, that's exactly what you're saying, Tina, and that's one of the things that Mark and I have been working with this plan. So the idea is that we can review the data, and actually as part of the ESSER application, you had to identify your data sources. So that is the evidence we will use to review these interventions and to see if they're being effective, and if additional, if we want to continue with them or additional resources are needed in that area, or if we want to change our focus. I mean, so, it is out to 24, but actually that's going to come around quite soon. So, if we were talking about using ESSER 3 for just the last 2 years, well, that's just next year. So, from 22 into 23 and then 23 into 24. So we are working now to start looking at how we plan that, but it's going to have to be kind of a continuous evaluation of, outcomes, so that we can determine if it's the best funding. And then just based on that as well, sorry, I'll just finish. So the other issue is just a longer term, because there is something, so we won't stop in 24. So what happens then? We won't have that ESSER funding anymore. And will we continue to hire, if we hire positions, how are we going to continue to fund those? And it'll really be critical that if we want to continue to fund them, that we can make the case for funding them based on what the impact we've seen, and how that's been supported by the data and the evidence, just like you mentioned. So I think that's a key component of the overall plan for the ESSER funds.
Yeah, and just to echo, or just more add on to what Michael's saying, is that, we philosophically agree with where you're coming from. And I think at this point, it's like philosophical and theoretical. Like we assume there's this need for this social emotional support, and we're in the data collection phase right now. So we have things in place, like Melissa's presented about the survey that we do 3 times a year, right? So that they just started the implementation of that survey, currently the TELUS survey. We do another survey. I know we're doing the youth risk behavior survey this year. So we're going to have these data points that then we can use that to say, okay, this, yes, this is what we do need. Like the data is now supporting the decision to to use the funds for this purpose. This is where we're going to spend the money, and this is the level we should be spending at. But we have sort of earmarked that based upon intuition, based upon some sort of research and theory, we're pretty sure we want to spend the money here, but we haven't implemented a full detailed plan yet because we need to collect a little more data, I guess, is sort of my best answer for you. Not my best answer. That is the answer.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so moving on to our next agenda item, Mask Division 7 All-State Committee 2021 Award, and I'm going to give the floor to Tina.
So, as your mask representative, Massachusetts Association of School Committees, it gives me great pleasure to share with you that one of our colleagues, Terry Russell, was recently chosen for an award, and it's the All-State School Committee Award. And I just want to read a couple of things to you, if I may. This comes from the MASC president, Ellen Holmes, and in writing to Terry, actually, to notify him of his award. On behalf of the MASC Board of Directors, I am writing to let you know that you have been selected to receive MASC's Division 7 All-State School Committee 2021 Award. This honor recognizes your contributions to the students of the Monomoy Public School District, both through your years of service on the school committee, as well as through the many activities in which you have participated as an advocate for children. I also want to follow that up with my own statement and just a little bit about this award. And I don't know how much everybody here knows about this award, but this has been given out for 25 years from MASC. And we have several divisions across the state. We have Division 7. Division 7 is our Cape and Islands school districts, also Carver, Wareham, and Rochester. So it's a pretty big district. And every year they select a school committee member who is nominated by a colleague. And I, as one person on this school committee, felt that Terry was worthy of nomination. So I wrote a letter and I submitted it to the nomination committee. And I want to share just very quickly part of what I submitted. Terry serves as a mentor for many school committee members, offering historical knowledge and a steady hand in moments of critical decision. He's a great listener and a thoughtful colleague and a good partner when it comes to advancing necessary changes, whether it's equity in the way we serve our student population or equity in the financial funding we receive from our two towns. So this award is given to somebody who's just been a really good school committee member, a really good colleague, somebody who's respected not only on our school committee, but in our communities. And I think when you talk to people in Chatham or Harwich, people know Terry. They've worked with Terry for a long time. He's very, very well respected. And I felt he was worthy of being recognized. And I'm delighted that the nomination committee agreed with me and has awarded Terry this year's MASC All-State School Committee Award for the Cape and Islands District 7. So Terry, congratulations. And I guess you'll have a more formal presentation at some point later, in the school year with MASC. They're going to come down to our, our meeting at some point and just formally present you with your award. But Terry, I turn it over to you, our statesman, to say a few words.
Well, Tina, thank you. Everybody, you're probably saying, well, Terry's probably speechless. But I will try to be very, very brief. The reward came to me just 5 or 6 days ago. So, some of you know I had a very big birthday last week. And with that came the letter from and Tina mentioned it, to the MASC School Committee, the the president sent me this announcement, which I was very surprised with. Both that birthday goal and that letter, I never expected to get either one of them to this far. I've got some thoughts about public service. I share this in reflecting the past week. I'd like to share with you folks, and I'm happy in that it's a remote because my wife is sitting behind me, so she can correct exactly what I have to say. I came to the Monomoy Regional School Committee with 40 years of rich and challenging memories as an educator. Rich memories. What a gift beginning my retirement over 17 years ago. I was invited to join the Howard High School Building Needs Committee to take a year look at just how challenging it would be to repair or to rebuild Howard High School. Our 40-year-old high school was tired, old, and the plumbing didn't work. Kind of sounds like me. What a gift taking my son's Mark's place on the new regional school committee. What a gift it was for me joining the new high school building committee, meeting and working with committed and passionate public servants from Chatham and Howard. The past 11 years serving on the Monomoy Regional School Committee has enriched my retirement. I gained more than I gave. Thank you to Tina for the recognition and the thoughtfulness and the complete surprise. You made my week. Thank you to you, my committee colleagues, for enriching our debates and thoughtfully making decisions that enhance and cause our kids' learning to be even better. Thank you to Dr. Carpenter. His last name, I thought the other day, was Attell. Carpenter. He and his team have continually built our school system into a dynamic and challenging home away from home. And lastly, thanks to my wife, Anne Marie, 57 years married, my faithful navigator, my key advisor to all things good, and my technical assistance in all matters of computer usage. We've loved this journey. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Terry. And congratulations. Well deserved.
Congratulations, Terry. So not that I can follow that well, but just I'm going to follow it with a reminder that the Mass Conference is coming up November 3rd to November 6th in Hyannis. And if any of our members would like to attend, to just let Leah know and she can set that up for you. Okay, moving on. Subcommittees, representatives or liaisons reports. Do we have any? None to report today. All right, we will move on to Dr. Carpenter. Recognitions.
I'll be quick in terms of recognitions. Chatham Elementary School held its curriculum night on September 30th, and we'd like to thank a number of businesses who went and provided some, some door prizes. They did a wonderful, wonderful little sort of community outreach at their curriculum night. So we would like to thank Chatham Perk, Chatham Works, Watermark, and the Yellow Umbrella Books for their donations to provide a little fun and excitement at their curriculum night. We'd also like to thank the Harwich Fund of the Cape Cod Foundation for their generous grant of $1,500 for musical instrument rental fees for families in need. And I would like to just lastly appreciate the Chatham Rotary, which had me speak last week there. I gave them a presentation that that looked at the last 9 years of Monomoy, and I think if you take the sum total of what we've talked about in terms of enrollment tonight, budget, and MCAS scores, and good and bad, that was the presentation I gave to the Rotary group. It just sort of it hit on all of those points. I'll go share with the committee. I'll have Leah send you out the one pager I went and gave to the Rotarians and also gave to them the one article by that Mark had referenced during his presentation. In terms of COVID, COVID still continues to be a thing. I cannot wait for us not to have COVID on our agendas. We do report Wednesday to Wednesday the COVID, new COVID cases, have to report them to the state, post them on our COVID dashboard on the website. We've had in the past week one case at Harwich Elementary. Adam at the middle school continues to, Adam wants to make sure that he's in first place always, and the middle school continues to be leading the COVID race with 3. The high school has had 2 cases, so 6 cases in the last week. And again, I think I mentioned our last meeting, the rate of COVID this year is far more challenging in the schools than it was in the past year. But our nurses have been doing a great job of contact tracing. Families have been doing a fantastic job of buying into test and stay. We keep getting better and better and trying to find more efficient ways to go and make sure that we do this. But we've been managing to go have school happen safely and to keep kids in classrooms, which has been really important to all of us. So that's it for the biweekly COVID report.
Any questions or comments for Dr. Carpenter? All right, so, Sharon?
Yes, it's not on one of those things, but I forgot to ask it when we were back on the agenda on the MCAS. I was just wondering when the parents are going to be getting their individual students' MCAS reports.
Mark?
Those have already gone out to the schools, so that they're likely already, if they haven't already gone home, they're be going home shortly.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, so moving on, we have 2 things that we need to vote on that are on the agenda to vote on tonight. The first is the trip to France that we heard about at our last meeting. So do I have a motion to? Do I have a motion? Tina?
I'll make a motion. Yeah. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the trip to France being held April 2023 as presented at our September 23rd meeting.
Do I have a second?
I would second that.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Tina?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Sharon?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that's unanimous. The other thing we need to vote on are our school committee goals, our second reading of our school committee goals. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Tina?
That we approve our 2021-2022 Monomoy Regional School Committee goals as they were presented at our last meeting on September 23rd.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay, so roll call vote. Tina?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Sharon?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that is unanimous. The only question, Michael, did Nancy come in to sign the warrants?
Yes, she did indeed.
Okay, so you're all set. So
Yes.
I just need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And a roll call vote. Tina?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Sharon?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye, and good job, Meredith.
Thanks. A little fumbling, but I made it through.
You were right on spot.
All right, so we adjourn at 10:03. Have a good evening, everyone.
Congratulations,
you.
Terry.
Yes.
Thanks all.
Thank you,